Oh,
Do that.
It worked.
Did you? Wow.
And
What worked?
that was Ben saying Iggy
We
Azalea. The end of that was him. Welcome everybody to to Fate's group and featuring Iggy by Rook himself. Catch him after the stream if you want more
It's called
amazing
Iggy
singing.
After Dark.
No, please. Welcome everybody, and hope you are having a good day. As you can see, we are missing one, and that is Thorum. He'll be joining us very shortly, and we'll just swipe him in.
Swiping.
But
Yeah, you swiping left or right.
He's a red dragon.
how did you know?
But he looks gold in the newspaper.
Yeah. he's catfishing.
Does anyone want to do any shout-outs?
I got one,
Go for it.
which, like, I'm just trying to scroll to my info. So if you have a shout out, please. No, fuck it. I'm here. Hello. As always, I would like to shout out our good friends at Meeples and Dragons. We love them so much. They're such nice guys. Super excited to officially announce that we are involved in Jasper's Game Week. Yay! So at the moment, you can bid on 3 games that involve our players. I believe there's another one involving Preston going up shortly because it's already been announced. But at the moment, you can bid on a game hosted by our DM, Michele. Oh my god, it's already got 1 bid. Super exciting. On top of that, you can actually bid to play with Jordan and NVCDM.
Yes.
So exciting. I've also got an international best-selling author as a player in the game as well. And then you can also bid to play with Ben. So lots and lots of games being announced. Preston's Ravenloft game is getting announced shortly as well. And who knows if me and Sheldon might pop up in a game. For all of the information, check out Meeples and Dragons and Jasper's Game Week. All proceeds go to charity for mental health awareness and also suicide prevention. So very good cause. Yeah.
Perfect. That was fantastic.
Thank
I
you.
cannot wait for that either. It's going to be a really good time.
Can you give us a hint as to what your game might involve?
Oh yeah, for our fans.
We're not going to be there, so we gotta know. Give us a little sneak.
A whole new world. That's the hint. That's the hint.
So it's not set in Eberron?
No, it's not.
Will there be genies?
Agrabah.
Will any of our characters make an appearance?
In passing, I won't even say it's you, but well, absolutely. Some random people walk by. They look powerful.
Oh, great.
Cool.
Fantastic.
Amazing. Yes, Jasper's Game Day. Please be there. And it's happening already anyway with the American or it's going around the world, right? So
you can actually bid on a game with Todd Kenrick from D&D Beyond, or previously from D&D Beyond at the moment. So cool. And also with True Blood. What's her name? Preston, you should know this.
Well, who the main character?
She guest played on Critical Role.
Oh,
Blonde.
She's in Escape Room as well.
Who is she? Anyway,
Madonna.
Huh? It's that bidding is up to $1,000 at the moment. It's ridiculous.
Wow, that's crazy. Awesome. What else do we have that we want to have a chat about?
Deborah.
Go in?
Oh, Deborah Ann Wall. That's it. That's her name.
Deborah Wall.
Exactly. Of course.
Just need to check whether we've got a shell dog. We haven't yet. That's okay. We can get into it if we don't have anything else that we want to say. I'm happy to recap.
Didn't you have a shout out for maybe next week's session?
Oh, everybody. We are hopefully cross fingers between now and next week. When, if there's nothing else that's going to happen, we're going to be live together again. Yes! We're going
So
to be
excited.
Right here.
actually face to face for the majority of us, which is amazing. So can't wait for that. And
Our restrictions lift tomorrow at 6 a.m.
isn't it 12? Oh
No, it's 6 a.m.
Six.
now.
No,
Yeah.
it's staying.
True.
Wild.
Amazing. Well, yeah, and I can't wait for that. So hopefully we'll be able to be actually in the same room again.
Did you say eat in the
And
same
Well,
room?
Indeed.
we could if we
Well,
wanted to.
could. Yep, absolutely. All right. And
I like
that's
to eat in the same room.
and that's my announcement. So we're going to get into it and recap. I'm just going to do little music stuff happening.
There's a lot of shade in the chat about me dying consistently at the moment.
Good. Just keep that thought rolling. Just start getting positive about it.
I quit.
Hey, MJ and Y time. Hello, how are you? So, let us recap from last session. Now, you all returned to Sharn, Amara to seek out your temple to Ilyanar, Gunnar to understand more about the Forged and their battle tactics, in the hopes the information would help in the coming battles with the Lord of Blades. You met with King Boronel, discovered that Gunnar, you were able to gain power and expand this through Obra Dinn, and the distance of this power not seeming to affect the source as you cast Mass Hold Person on many around you. You deliberated this phenomena, but were called quickly to the temple of Ilyanar, where Amara and Thorum discovered the absence of worshippers and dragonborn guards of Ado, and only Quarry occupying the space. Thorum dispelled the area to discover Amara being led into Dalcor by Sarivia, the Tabaxi priestess, and after conversing with her and trying to convince her that she is good, she shook off whatever magical effect that was on her and opened the door leading back to the material plane, but disappearing in the process. And in front of you, all in the small room, walking into the space, the Kori servants, once Kalashkar, now taken over, walked past you, out of the room into their home again. And you were there standing without anyone, alone. And the temple around you is quiet. So, as you are all looking towards this blackened door, you see that the corners and the sides of this door, as though burning, a thin layer of fiery red starts to combust, and you feel some heat emanating from the door as it starts to close in on itself, as though a piece of paper was just getting smaller and smaller by way of fire. The lock opening in the very center of the door, that large hole, becoming more and more dim, as though it's harder to see outside into the other realm of Dalcor. And slowly but surely, the door becomes smaller and smaller and disappears, leaving behind some ash on the floor in front of you. So, what would you like to do?
I would like to immediately try with my mind to reach out to Sarivia. Just try. I'm just gonna say her name. I'm just gonna say, Sarivia, can you hear me?
as you close your eyes and try and sense her. Nothing. No reply at all.
We're all in the same room. Yes.
Yes, you are.
I'm gonna look over at Gunnar and I'm gonna say, Gunnar, you've met Sarivia. Can you try to message her? I'm a little worried she's not okay.
I think so.
Ask her if she can hear you.
Trying to find the right spell. Ah, yes, I have it. I'll cast Sending. It does say I should be able to contact someone on a different plane, I believe. The creature hears the message in its mind, recognizes you as a sender as if it knows you, and can answer in a likely manner immediately. The spell enables the creature's intelligence. Yeah, so you can send a message across any distance, even to other planes of existence, but if the target is on a different plane, there's a 5% chance it doesn't arrive.
And I'll roll that.
Before I cast it, I'll just turn to Amara. What am I saying?
Just ask her if she can hear you. Just ask her where she is, if she's safe. I don't know if she's alive.
Okay. Are you safe? Are you alive? Amara's worried. Where are you?
Silence is the response. Nothing is returned as a reply.
Can I tell whether the spell worked or not?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. Um. 9.
9.
Fuck.
The spell manifested and became whole, and the spell proceeded to work in whatever sense you gained or used it for. But you don't know whether the person on the other end, Sarivia in this example, could respond, or if she was too far away, certainly, or simply unable to.
There's no response.
I'm gonna do a bit of a king and turn to the closest wall and just fucking bam straight into the wall.
Okay.
And by bam I mean I'm going to punch the wall with my fist.
Okay. Crack! You slam. Is it your fist? You're using your fist?
Yes.
Smack! You slam your fist into this stone, dark stone, and you feel this pain in your knuckles. No damage, but your full force. You feel it reverberate up your arm, and you feel like your arm's numb for a moment, and you look down and you see a very small amount of bruising start to form.
And do that awkward thing where I shake out my hand a little bit. And I'm gonna look at everyone and I'm gonna say, this isn't good. This wasn't how we left things, and I didn't expect things to be perfect, but I didn't expect the entire temple to be overrun. This is all too perfect. This is all too in line with what Fraser Blue is trying to do. Even when we look at the airship, we like everything that we're doing right now, we're getting roadblocks put up in front of us. They know we're coming. I don't want anyone else to be sacrificed. I don't want anyone else to be hurt. We need to end something. We need to end the Lord of Blades. Because that's his biggest puppet at the moment.
Are we in a confined room, or is this like a...
Looking around, you see that there are this long wooden seats that make up probably about 5 rows on one on either a set of rows, one on either side of the room, and then a center, like a pathway that you came in. The room itself is only about 30 by 40 feet, and you feel this low ceiling and this small chandelier and this stairway leading down.
And that's the stairwell we came up to get to this room.
Correct.
This singular... Okay. I reply to Amara. I'd agree.
I don't want anyone else to die for this.
Can I see the charred markings still, where the guards from the Temple of Ado were?
Do you want to walk down? Because they were downstairs.
All right, cool. Are there still those entities down there amongst the...
They had walked up and confronted you, then they had walked through the door.
I'll head on down. I want to get down to them.
It's a very silent temple now, and as you walk down the staircase again, you notice that the charred remains, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, with the clothes intact, making up the shape of their bodies on the wall, almost as though they were hung there.
I'm going to, with great reverence, gather up their robes, and whatever remains are left, I'll wrap in the robes of each individual. And I'll just take the time it takes to do that quietly.
Okay. So everyone else watches Thorum go down and disappear, and you hear some faint sounds of rummaging.
Amara, are you alright?
I'm breathing.
What happened in there while you were with your friend?
Everything seemed pretty normal. Not normal. It seemed somewhat normal. Didn't expect it to completely be what it should. My words aren't making sense, but when we walked up the stairs, I saw all these robes of those of Ado that Thorum I had sent here to help rebuild the temple. And they were just charred. It was like they'd been attacked. But it was almost like an illusion. Like me and him could see it and no one else could. And then Sarivia led me into this room, and it was obvious that something was going on here. It was like some sort of magic was was doing this, was making this place look different. And then Thorum cast a spell. I asked him to help me bring Sarivia back because she just wasn't herself. And then it was like the blink of an eye and we were elsewhere. We weren't here anymore. We weren't even on this plane anymore. We were in the Dreaming Dark. We were in Delcourt. And Sarivia was standing there and trying to convince me that Ilyana had given up and that she'd been overtaken and that my new life was to be in the Dreaming Dark, that like this was supposed to be my new fucking home or something crazy. And luckily I very abrasively got some sense into her, but when I messaged you guys, when I told you to come through the keyhole, the first thing that she said was, no, don't let them, because like they would kill one of you. One of you would become the sacrifice to come through that keyhole. And I couldn't reach you guys. I couldn't do it again. And then she grabbed me and she said she knew what she needed to do and she ran at this door. And then she was gone and the door was open. So I can only assume she's become the next sacrifice in the line of fucking sacrifices in this really screwed up journey that we've been on. So, yes, I'm okay.
Do you wish to take a moment for Sarivia? We've just come out of this.
Feel like I'm constantly mourning something. I don't know if I have the energy to keep doing it.
Then maybe
Her sacrifice isn't supposed to be mourned.
she's given you an opportunity to steal your resolve and take those to task. I put my arm on Amara's shoulder. I am sorry.
I'm not. I'm sad, but I'm not sorry. What she did was a thing of honor. And do I wish it was different? Yes. Do I wish that she hadn't? Yes. Was it probably necessary? Yeah.
It should be acknowledged that she rightly saved one of us. And I look to Gunnar, Travago. Thorum's not with us now?
No, he's gone back down the stairs.
There is a greater need here. And I'm looking at Gunnar. Some of us that not know each other so well are doing what we can to save this place. And I guess I walk towards the door. I'm looking at Amara on the way out. And head downstairs.
As you also make your way down, you see as your footsteps reach the bottom of this spiral wooden staircase, Thorum finishing up gathering the very minute amount of ash, sort of almost with his hand scraping them off the wall gently and wrapping them up in the vestiges of the guards of Ado. Thorum, you've finished this now. With that you put them sort of side by side on the floor for now. And Rook, you notice that these are now very neatly lined up and folded. And in this room, there are empty chairs and food that has been only half eaten and then make a perception check, actually, Rook.
Oof, not great.
And Thorum, actually.
Perception. That's a measly 3 for me.
3?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a 9.
A 9? Okay.
So good.
For a moment,
Hard going down those spiral staircases.
For a moment, you think you saw something move in one of the corners of the room, but then something caught your eye, but you don't know what. But it's no longer doesn't seem to be there anymore. A glint of something. Gunnar, Travago, what are you doing?
I'll just put my hand on Amara's shoulder. I'll acknowledge the sacrifice that your companions have made for us, and once we've put out a few of these impending fires, I'd be happy to come back here and honour that sacrifice by helping set this place right.
Just gonna smile for a moment at Travago, and then I'm gonna say something you should know about traveling with us, because I know you don't really know too much about us just yet, and you haven't been with us this long, but it is that loss is a common theme. And I know you've only spoken briefly about your mentor, but I hope that they are not on this plane. Because if they are, they're at risk every single moment that you spend with them.
I know I've only been here a short while, but I've seen more than just loss with you and your companions. You've persevered through some pretty devastating things in that short time. But I've also seen the fight that you're committed to, and it has inspired me to do the same. I would not run away from this. But perhaps in the not too distant future, we'll have time to make better memories, ones that will honour the fallen and those who have been sacrificed in this pursuit. But think of the reasons you started this journey. I will do what I can to help.
Thank you.
I'll, with that condolence, I'll start making my way down to the others, but I will take specific notice of the monastery, particularly any symbols, artworks, things that stand out. It's for the Kalashtar or Iliana. Not knowing much about it, just looking for the major symbols and trying to commit some of them to memory.
Sure. As you make a perception check as you look around.
The others, that's a Kraken with a +10, so a 30.
Hell yeah!
Jeez, okay. Well, there are many things that you notice, specifically that the walls themselves look like they have this sheen on them. And looking a little closer, you see that there are there's crystal within the stone. Dark as it is, it's sort of illuminating the room slightly. You also notice that this crystal is shimmering and almost getting slightly brighter and then slightly darker, as though it's pulsating in different sections. You also notice that the table itself that makes up this altar, and the silk, this beautiful white silk over the top, the table is made of this lovely light metal, and the floor is made of a dark tile that almost matches the stone around. The wood is a typical hardwood that's pretty common in the forests around Sharn, and there are many symbols and jewelry on this altar that look fairly inviting. There's crystals, there's diamonds, there's a couple of ruby rings, there's a couple of chalices that are made of a different sort of metal as well, things like that. And there's a book open as well that, looking at it briefly, you notice that there's some aspects of Ilyanar teachings, balance, law, meditation, mentalism, protection. All of these words sort of come out at you, and you take that to memory. There's compassion in there as well, righteous action. And you leave. And as you walk down the stairs, make a perception check. Another one.
Can I just ask before doing that, the metals and the wood you said was common hardwood, the metals and the glowing crystal, would I recognize them as things that I would be able to purchase or find, or are they specific just to this temple?
What did you roll again?
It was a Kraken with a +10.
Jeez. Okay. Looking at the wall first. Looking at the table. This particular type of metal is rare, to say the least. Looking at it, it almost has another pulse to it, a pinky white pulse. You recognize this as a metal called mind steel. And mind steel has particular properties against mind influencing effects. You also notice that the wall, so that stone. Just looking at this quickly, the stone.
Bless you.
Sneezing on Rook's behalf.
Beautiful. The stone is shimmering because the crystals in this are not of this world. You've only seen one instance of a meteorite, a stone from the heavens, fall. And this is probably the closest you come to something that's actually built of it. Some sort of stone that is astral, hardened, rare. So that's all you really notice out of those.
Brilliant. And perception check going down the stairs?
Yeah, please.
It's a 14.
Oh, that's still pretty good.
Yeah.
Plus 10 is a good little
Yeah.
14.
Yeah.
Again, you notice on the very corner of your eye as you come down the stairs and see Thorum and Rook also coming together after Thorum has now taken down his brethren from the wall. This glint of yellow, and it moves quickly, but otherwise it's not there anymore. Gunnar, what are you doing?
Just quickly, hey tabletop troops, good to see you.
Hello.
They said, yay, I caught you guys, which is awesome. I'm glad you have caught us.
Good to have
We
you.
are now caught.
We're like Pokemon.
It's all difficult terrain from here on out.
What would you like to do, Gunnar?
Am I alone?
No,
me and you.
you're with Amara still.
I'm just gonna stand there and stare at her. What is she doing?
After like I'm noticing people start to go down the stairs, I am just gonna take a moment. I'm not gonna sit or like do anything, but I am just gonna kind of like lower my head, and I'm gonna do like a really short, quick meditation. So that's what I'm doing currently.
I will mirror her
Mhm.
and do the same thing.
Okay. As you sit and imitate exactly what she's doing, closing your eyes and just being in her presence, make me a wisdom saving throw, please, Gunnar. As you close your eyes, you feel this pull as though your mind is pulling you back in the back of the head, and you're almost not in this room for a moment.
Is this a saving throw against magic?
Yes.
$19.
19. And you, with just a sudden fright, you manage to push yourself back in this room once more. And you open your eyes for a moment, look to Amara, who's still simply sitting there meditating, and you close your eyes again briefly. You had this slight feeling, only slight, that you are on top of a hill looking down towards hundreds and hundreds of soldiers who are simply looking back at you. And that's all you really remember in that very moment in time.
Can I try to reconnect with that feeling?
Yes, you try and remember every moment, every detail of that image, of that almost a picture. And as you focus in on that scene, you hear in your mind, "I thought you were not wanting a connection. I thought you were not wanting to communicate," as Obra Dinn's voice flows over you.
And yet you persist.
When one is not invited, one must do what it can by force. But I see you are growing. That was impressive.
What am I seeing anything, or is this just happening as I'm closing my eyes?
It's only happening as you close your eyes and you try and picture that valley where the soldiers stood.
Can I? Let's see. While I feel this happening, I want to concentrate and cast Detect Thoughts on. If it's happening inside my head, me.
You're casting Detect Thoughts in yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're a willing subject then.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, as you concentrate on the effect on yourself without resistance, you hear Obra Dinn's voice but not his voice, almost a thought flowing on top of yours. And the voice, or this thought, you're not sure which, says, in time he will know. In time he will understand. He will learn and he will grow as I have. As we have. And you sense concern and confusion, but hope as well flows in. And that's all.
What are you doing?
Trying to be alone.
Inside my head?
Your mind is a peaceful one. You've learnt much from Amara and her ways. You've become at peace. One feeling I have yet to attain, and one that I inspire and am inspired to achieve.
I'm going to cast suggestion on myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say, submit.
And what is it that you'd like to achieve out of this suggestion?
I want to, as I do that, I want to try and push further. It's to see if I can reverse this connection and push further into Oberdin.
Okay.
Back into his mind.
As you make that spell apparent again, your mind almost opens further. As you watch, you see then that the scene for a particular moment in time overlooking the valley starts to shift and move. The trees sway as though a wind pushes them. You are there. You are looking down at a beautiful valley where a river runs through two mountainsides on either side. Not snow-capped, small mountains, large hills, and a clear sky. And you look beside you, and you see this old man, white beard, silken robes with a staff that is supporting him. He's leaning on it, and as you watch him, he almost winces and looks back to you and smiles. And as he smiles through his robes, a shift, as a small red drake slithers from beneath his shirt, and Kip's curls around his neck and makes a puff of smoke, and then simply lies there, curled. The spell not seeming to have an effect. And you are pushed back, and you are back in your room again. No longer seeing the scene in front of you, soldiers in a line, as though for a moment marching, but the next instant still.
But I've seen it.
You did, and what you saw was the army of Onder.
You said there was valleys,
Yes.
trees.
Trees.
Okay.
The undead emblem with the eagle wings unfurling around a blue shield was the typical sign on each of the tablets of these soldiers.
Okay. I'll open my eyes.
And only a moment seems to have passed, and Amara's still next to you.
I'll just wait for her.
Okay.
After my very 30-second meditation, I am going to say out loud, I am going to say, Sonari, I might need you to not wait until I'm meditating from here on out. If you need to tell me something, I need you to be present. And if I need you to be ready for me to need you. That doesn't make sense, but you get it, hopefully. I'll risk insanity, it's fine. Then I'm going to look over at Gunnar and be like, that's it.
Amara's eyes have opened and she's looking at you.
What's next?
I would like to say I know the answer, and my answer would be A, to check on Thulrim, because some of his people have fallen, and then onto the Lord of Blades at first light, like we agreed.
What about your friend?
I'm on the right path.
Okay.
The longer we wait, the worse this gets. My god's been overtaken.
How do you know that?
Because Sonari told me.
Sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
Because Sonari told me.
Oh.
She's fighting. But I can't save her unless we take down the Lord of Blades and we take down Fraser Blue. I don't have time to wait anymore. We need to go. And if Obra Dinn has something to do with this, then we need to take him down too.
Okay.
Oh my god, the band of dog! Also, hello, Sleona.
Hello,
Thank you
Sleona.
for giving 2 subscriptions. Also, could everyone please take a drink of their alcoholic or non-alcoholic drink?
Thank you very, very much, Sleona.
I'd also like to take this moment to shout out Aeon Craft, who tried to get me to scull a glass of wine last night using the hydrate button.
Thank you so much.
Also, just briefly, a shout out to Tabletop Troops. I know we've already shouted them out, but just really quickly, they don't get to tune in often because of a time difference. They are tuning in from Japan at the moment. So, hello, and hope you're well. Hope you're staying safe.
Hello.
What was that? Sorry, Gunnar?
I said good evening in Japanese.
Nice.
Good. I studied Japanese for 7 years, and my memory retention is so bad that I can count to 100 and say orange and
Useful.
introduce myself.
How do you say orange?
We'll
Nope.
do that off stream so that I
Okay.
don't ask for my pronunciation.
Okay.
So, what were you saying, Gunnar?
Oh, I forget.
That's okay.
There was a really loud noise downstairs. Maybe we should go check it out.
We should
Sound like
check,
there were dogs.
we should check on Thulram.
Yeah. But
Gunnar,
in regards,
I'm
Yeah.
sorry for the way our conversation went earlier. I didn't mean to make you feel like your feelings weren't valid. They are. But I just care about you. I just want to help. That's all.
I know. I get that. I do, and I appreciate it. But I'm just worried that Oberdin is smarter than us, and he's relying on our I guess our connection with each other. He knows that you're gonna help me. He knows that you will defend me. So it's like a known, you know. If you're playing a game with someone, which I think he is, he's hedging his bets on certain moves that we will make, and if he can affect us without even trying, he's gonna do it. He's gonna lead us into a trap, and I just don't trust him. I don't even trust him enough to tell you what he's saying. That's where I'm at.
I understand.
But I'll share with you.
I understand as much as I can. I'm never going to understand everything because although I have someone talking in my head, I don't have someone talking in my head that's trying to manipulate me. However, that's inevitable. You can't, at this point, you can't change that, and you can't read someone's next move. You're never going to be able to control that. What you can control is what you share and what you tell us. And I will never, ever, ever do anything to intentionally put you or this group in harm. If that means not rushing into combat, like I know we do so often, then I won't do that. I know that sounds like it's very difficult to believe, but we are capable of self-control. The reason we have rushed into everything is because everything has been time sensitive. Everything has had a deadline. And at the moment, this doesn't. At least from what we know. You can trust us.
I do trust you. I trust you to help me. And I think that he knows that.
But you can't control that, Gunnar.
Not yet.
The upper hand is that though he knows we might help you, he doesn't know how, or he doesn't know what we can do.
I think Rook might be right. I think he can see a lot more than I first thought he did.
But
I think
that's
he
also
can.
something out of your control, Gunnar. You need
Maybe
to
it shouldn't be. Maybe
you
I
need to
can.
understand what is in and out of your control, and if I can help you learn more about that, then I will. But I need you to let go of what is out of your control. You need to find that line, and you need to draw it in the sand, so that we can help you.
I'm trying.
So let us help. I don't know how. Let us be there. Let us read your book. Let us just let us.
I've offered you to read it. I've offered it to you several times.
I'm really bad at reading. I'm sorry, Gunnar. But maybe Rook isn't. I know it doesn't seem like it based on your last interaction, but I think he cares. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. His entire goal has been to get to the Lord of Blades this entire time. Do you think if he didn't care, he would follow us around while we jumped into other planes and fought friends and, I don't know, listen to Thorrum talk about how great Ado is for like 8 hours every day? Probably not. We could have, this sounds awful, but we could have left you back in Mistmarsh if we really wanted to. We all could have split ways many times. And we haven't. And that's because we care. You might not feel like you're heard all the time, but I'm sure that is a common feeling amongst this group because we are all very different people. Remember how we were sitting at the dining room table and I asked you how you, like, what you could picture your life turning out like? I asked everyone.
No.
You don't remember that? That's really sad.
No, my memory isn't that great. That's why I write in my book.
We all sat around the table and I asked you all how you could picture your life turning out at the end of all of this. Once everything is over, what would you do? And everyone shared what they would want to do and how they would like to live their lives. Stop laughing. And nobody asked me. Nobody. None of you. Not even Osei. Not a single one of you asked me how I pictured my life turning out. And it would be really easy for me to sit there and take that as to someone not being listened to or heard. But I also know that you guys do hear me because I'm really loud and annoying, but also because you care. We hear you. Sometimes in our heads. Everyone check their posture.
We should go and see Thorin.
Okay.
All right, you yourself and Amara, you both travel down the stairs again. Thank you, Scadlam. Welcome.
Please migrate.
And thank you, Tabletop. You all are now down as I need Gunnar and Amara to make perception checks, and you will watch as Thurum. What would you like to do with these wrapped up former guards of Ado?
How much remains of each of the guards?
How much remains? Only about a handful of ash each.
Oh. Is there anyone nearby?
Oh yeah, there's Rook. There's Dravago, and now looking at the stairs, only a few feet away, Amara and Gunnar coming down.
I'm going to call up. I'm going to call up the stairs.
Yep.
Which of you?
Please continue.
Which of you has our bag?
I'm gonna
I
laugh.
call out to everyone.
I have the chest from the king, but that's in a different bag.
No, our bag of infinite capacity, where we
Gunnar, I
kept.
think I gave it back to you, right?
Yeah, I think that is that what you're talking about?
Yes. Gunnar, could you help me? And you'll notice a difference in the tone of Thorum's voice.
How?
Hold the bag open for me. So, with great reverence, I'm going to lift each of the remains and place them into the bag very carefully. I'm going to.
You just gonna chuck them in like that?
No, I'm going to place them in very carefully.
They're ashes.
They're wrapped up in the. What's left of the ashes is wrapped up in the cloaks that they had.
Oh,
So they should be
okay.
nice and tight.
Thorum.
I missed that.
Thorum. If
Yes.
you'd like, I can empty. I have a tinder box that I can empty.
No, they must be kept separate.
Okay.
I'm going to.
That
I'm
wasn't
going to
meant
look
to be
and.
offensive, I'm sorry.
No, you're right. No. Did you say that to Thorum?
Yeah.
Yeah. I said, no, I understand. The Dragonborn, we do not bury our dead. The body, it is taken and displayed. But of these people, there is nothing that remains. And a single tear is going to come to his eye. I ordered them here. And their families will ask for their bodies. When I die, I should be returned to the temple, and my skeleton displayed, and placed to stand guard. They have been robbed of their right, and their families have been robbed of a generation of protection. Generations of protection.
It's gonna
Going to-
hand on Thorum's. Well, I probably can't reach his shoulder, so it'll be like back. It's just there.
I'm going to reach up with one hand and grasp Amara. And then using in the sleeve of that hand that's grabbed me, I have that piece of copper. And I'm going to use sending to speak to someone I've been trying to avoid, which is the Grand Master of my temple.
We should go visit.
No. So I'm going to say, Grandmaster, the guard sent to Amara's temple have fallen. Nothing remains of them but ash. That's 15. Send our followers so that they might honor them as they can. I am so sorry. That's 25, and I'll end it there. He can reply if he wants to.
Almost immediately, you receive a response. It is with great despair that we acknowledge this. Well done for your efforts. And that's it.
I'm going to, if it's all right, I'm going to take the bag just for the time being until I can return them. I'll return, and I'll say out loud. I say this out loud, and I'll return it to you as soon as I've given the remains over.
What did you get for your perception checks, Gunnar and Amara?
19.
Gunnar?
21.
21? Okay.
Show off.
You both watch as a shimmer in the air, yellow, for a moment, sort of waist height, and at the far end of the room behind the staircase shimmers, but then disappears, and that's all you see.
So, like something that we've seen before.
You haven't seen a shimmer like this. It was a bright yellow and short, but only there for a moment, and then it
Is it recognizable as like a magical effect, or is it more like the time of day matching up with the light?
Almost a time of day, almost like a beam of sunlight for a moment, and then nothing. As you all are looking around and watching this unfold between Thulrum and Gunnar, you all hear this murmuring coming from outside. And you hear the sounds of what seem to be voices from outside the door. Not too loud, but certainly enough so that you can hear maybe 20 or 30 people just muttering around amongst themselves, as though a bit of a crowd might have started to form outside the front.
A crowd?
That's what it sounds like.
I'll approach Thorum before acknowledging that outside. Say, I offer my condolences for your fallen comrades. Perhaps when things have settled down, we can return to this place and find a fitting way to monument their sacrifice.
We should build something so that others outside of our order know what they did. But this will not be enough for their families. I will have to confront them one day.
Give you the nod. Without wanting to alarm everyone, I did notice something as I came down the stairs. It was only a brief moment, but perhaps we should not let our guard down just yet. I only saw a glint, possibly a reflection of the light, but it did not seem exactly so. Not sure if anyone else noticed anything.
What did it look like?
I only saw the briefest shine, a glint, yellowish in colour, but did not seem entirely natural.
I saw this too.
Something the party has come across before.
Not me.
Not to my recollection. Can I roll a history check to see if I've noticed this before?
Make an intelligence check instead.
But like, do it at disadvantage because you're dumb.
I'm dumb. Look, it's a 7, so...
I had to add some light. It's been so dark in here.
What was it? Roll?
7.
7 in total?
He's dumb.
Nothing that you can recall matches the description of what you just heard and what you saw as well. But as you are all speaking about this out loud, a voice enters the room and it echoes, and it's a voice you might have heard before, and it says, "Have you been taken over? Have the quarry got to you too?" And it echoes in the room.
Is this the voice of the gentleman from our house, or?
It's the voice
Or is it
of a
the other guy?
golden. You recognize it as the voice of a golden dwarf.
Ugh.
Is he the one who was
One
actually
of
in the temple
87
originally when we
people
came back
you've never
here
met.
a ways ago? Can I get a recap on what his name was?
Torix.
Tori, that's it.
As you watch in the corner of the room, behind one of the chairs, peeking around, appears and manifests this form. Cloaked, but the face and arms and hands of gold, pure gold. And this dwarven figure peeks around the table and says, "Okay. Who are you? Are you really you again?"
I don't remember the last time that I wasn't me.
Corey didn't get you.
No.
At this present time, the danger's left us.
And he takes off his cloak head, and you see this glimmering gold dwarf with these piercing blue eyes, and he says, "Well, that's good news. You're new, Warforged. I'm Torix. I'm hiding here, and I was hiding while everything was happening. But
His
it's
name's Drago, not Warforged.
Oh, Travago. Pleasure.
I'll look him up and down. I'll look at my own arms and go, we related.
He sort of scratches his head. Maybe distant cousins. I'm not sure. But suffice to say, we're definitely different races. I'm dwarven, but a little rarer than your normal mountain and stone dwarfs. Last of my kind, actually. But
Thorn or forged?
what a what?
Born or forged?
Oh, born, actually. And he sort of uses his little hand to knock on his arm. No one can forge me. No one has tried.
We could mine you, though.
I wouldn't recommend it.
I've heard
That was a joke.
I've heard the nursery rhyme of the goose that laid the golden egg, but never the golden dwarf.
I haven't heard of that tale. It sounds grand. But tell me, where did everyone else go? They were taken over. I saw deep shadows beyond them. I saw.
Were you born from a golden egg?
He looks at you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find out what's going on here. But to answer your
So am
question,
I.
of course, not that I can remember. I was just a little person at the time. I'm not sure if I was golden egg or not. But definitely, I can go on an adventure to find out at some point.
Gunnar will take out his book and just start like hastily writing, furrowing his brow.
I'm
the
sorry.
Overtaken are gone, just so you know.
What's that?
The Overtaken are gone.
Oh,
They
good.
went through the door upstairs.
Oh, what door? The front door?
Oh, you didn't? No. You didn't see the door upstairs?
No. I
Big keyhole that someone could pretty much fit through.
didn't see that. But I'll take your
You're
word for it.
You should. This is my temple.
Well, of course. My condolences. So, I can still guard this, if you want. I can still stay here and do my best to keep it. Couldn't do much when all of those Kori overtook the Kalashtar and killed the guards. They were.
You were here when that happened?
Yes, I had to hide.
How did it happen?
Well, he sort of sits down on the chair, scratches his head, looks
Be
down.
gentle. Don't be brash about it.
Oh, I'll try. So, it was night, only a few nights ago, and the Kalashtar was sleeping, the guards watching over them, a couple of them outside. I woke up to see one of the Kalashtar look over Sarevia and put its hand on her. You could see in the light her shadow changed. And
Who was it?
Who's what?
Who was the person?
Not one I recognized.
New to
Nuruk.
the temple?
What's that?
New to the temple
I'd
or
say
no?
so. I'd say so, yeah. And simply Sarevia woke up and had the shadow behind her, and subsequently they just took over the rest. The same way they all started shaking uncontrollably. I went invisible, and then the guards didn't really know what was happening, and they got taken by surprise.
Sarivia may be dead. And
That's a shame. She was a nice lass.
yeah. And the rest of the people here are gone. If you're going to stay here, I don't know anyone else but myself who's still tied to this temple. So
I can look for others if you're too busy. I can go out
it's
and...
not about that. It's about I need you to let me know if anything happens here. This is all we have left.
I can do that.
And I need you to, like, do it in my head if I'm not here. Like, magic stuff. I don't know. I don't do the magic.
I don't really either.
Oh, okay. Well, can you find someone who does?
I can try, yeah. Definitely. And I can speak to you in your mind, you say?
Yeah, sure. If
That's fantastic.
but if this temple, as much as I don't want this temple to fall, but if it means the loss of more life, then that is when you leave.
Acknowledged.
We can rebuild the temple, but we can't bring people back.
Wise words. I agree. I will keep myself safe.
Well, you and any other Kalashtar that you come across.
Of course. So, what's that noise? And he sort of turns towards the door at that crowd and the murmuring and the speaking to each other that's happening as well.
We haven't investigated that yet.
I'm sorry I was so secretive. I had to be sure that the Corey wasn't taking over you as well. Be well. I'll do my best to bring more here.
This person that walked in and touched Sarivia before she turned, any distinguishing features that may be recognized later?
Short blonde hair. Young. Human. Pointed nose. Pointed ears. Almost like a half-elf. And with that description, you do recognize that there was one in that crowd of 14 or so that matched that description, that had gone through the door. She never said her name, only that she's a citizen of Sharn, coming from here specifically.
Was she the one that spoke? DM question. Was she the one that spoke to us as she went through the door?
Yes.
She said her name. Started with T, I feel like. What was her name? Can I ask that question? Are you going to make me roll for it?
Let me double check.
See, I was listening.
You were. Well done. Just have to find it again. I'll let you know.
Yeah. Perfect.
Well, I'm going to disappear again unless you need anything else from me. And simply watch.
Be safe. And then in his head, I'm gonna say, no, I'm not gonna do that. Never mind.
Okay. And he disappears.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go, be safe. Ha ha ha. No, not really.
And the shimmer of gold disappears again. And every now and again, you see this same yellow light, only almost like a spark every few feet. What would you like to do?
Did anyone happen to notice any specific items or clothing on this person as they walked past us?
Did we?
Of the golden dwarf?
Yeah. No, of the
Of the half elf.
half elf
girl.
with the short blonde hair.
Only robes, only the Temple of Ilyanar robes, the white and golden inlay. Nothing else. They seem to barehanded.
Can I roll a history check to remember more about that description?
Again, probably another intelligence check. That's fine. Sure.
Oh my god, low rolls.
Welcome.
Yeah, had two.
That's who. You do
Yeah.
not. You do not remember anything else apart from your general description of and what you saw, what you've seen before when you first entered the temple. Just very silken robes, all white, all very clean, with this cord of gold around the waist.
With everything going on, I'm just kind of watching my companions go about everything that's going on here. Paying some attention to Thorum and his rights of his fallen.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm becoming more concerned about that noise outside, which I think I'll head my way to see if I can get a better vantage on seeing what's happening out there without being seen myself.
Without being seen yourself, you want to sneak
Yeah.
out?
What time of day is it, actually?
It's midday.
Not necessarily sneak out because I'm assuming double doors that lead outside.
The double doors do lead out. Correct.
It's saying in a way that I can see outside, but I guess the people outside can't see.
There's a window to the right of the door if you'd like to peek out.
Yeah.
As
Do you want me to roll anything or just?
No, I mean make a perception check, sure.
No, the 2 because that's all I can roll. 5 with perception is a 6.
Looking out, you
Jeez,
see
nothing over a 10 yet.
You see a crowd of about 30 people or so, and they're talking to each other and they're pointing towards the temple. And you don't make out anything that they're saying, but you do see that they're particularly interested in the temple, and you see a couple more people scattered beyond this crowd that's gathered and are looking towards you. Not you specifically, but just the building. Human, goblin, half-orc, elf, all different manner of beings. Merchants.
That roll was not great. Okay, yeah. I'll go a bit closer And as I do that, if anyone else wants to.
I'm gonna speak to Thorum within his mind, and I'm just gonna say, I'm sorry this happened, and I'm sorry that it happened here. I'm sorry that you couldn't do anything about it.
Do not be sorry, Amara.
He can reply if he wants to.
Do not be sorry, Amara. It is not your fault. They are here because I asked them to be here. All that is left now is for us to enact a great revenge on those who have done this. I must be able to tell their families that they at least were avenged. They will expect that of me.
I'm gonna say back, you might have told them to be here, but it was still probably my people. Overcome, but my people that killed them. And I'm very sure that what they would want is for us to bicker and fight and probably destroy each other. But
there's no...
we have the same enemy, and it falls within... It all falls under what I can only assume is Frazzleblue.
I do not hold your people responsible. They did not do this. But perhaps our orders will be bonded by this tragedy. It appears we have a similar foe now. I'm going to stand up and turn to Amara and say out loud, what's happening outside?
Well, I'm saying this out loud. If it was later in the day, I could probably go invisible and find out. However, it is still sunny outside, at least for now. The only thing I can think of is that you did dispel magic. You got rid of this illusion that made this place look different. If that affected the outside of this temple, then people will be curious. I'm sure I would be curious if I watched a building change shape before my eyes.
I think perhaps we should go and confront this crowd then.
I think you might be right. And I'll say that only 2 more times in this lifetime, Thorum.
Well, I'm going to stand up and then I'm going to call over to Gunnar and say, Gunnar, do you remember that cloak? Now might be a good time to be seen wearing it. I'm going to reach into the bag of holding, which I have.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna pull out Farizzo's cloak, one that's covered in eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wearing it.
Oh, you're wearing it?
Yes, he
Yeah.
is.
Ah, my apologies. Excellent. Excellent. In that case, I'm going to, with an open palm, gesture for you to lead the way.
Okay. Do you want me to talk to them?
If you have anything to say, just to be seen wearing it. It will put them at peace.
I will I will cast fly on myself.
Okay.
And I won't like fly out, but I will be like off the ground because this robe I think is a little bit longer than me.
Sure.
So it kind of like looks like a big train behind me, like a kid wearing their parents' dressing gown. So I'm going to raise myself up above the ground enough so that the cloak just angles above the ground,
Okay.
and I will float forward out the door.
As you push the door open and
It's
everybody
very Chorizo of you.
and everybody watches you move out into the outside, you start to float, and as you do, you hear this audible gasp as the crowd stops their murmuring and simply watches you. Wide-eyed and surprised. Make a perception check for me, please, Gunnar.
I'll follow him out
Yep.
as well.
Okay. Anyone else? Do you three?
I'm gonna tentatively edge out.
Yep. Everyone make perception checks who are coming out. What'd you get, Gunnar?
And
A 10. You look around and you see these people watch you. Some whispering to each other. You get the sense that they're looking not at you, but of the robe. And not even that you're floating, but they seem wide-eyed at these eyes staring back at them and shifting and moving on the robe, on this blue silk.
I like to think that the eyes reflect whoever's wearing the robe. So they're not the eyes of Gunnar, but Char. So there'll be like large golden eyes, and they'll be all the same, just looking around.
They're all just moving, looking at each person, side by side, one after the other. What did everyone else get for their perception checks?
It's an 18.
26.
12.
Is 17.
Okay. Amara, you see the same thing, the crowd of people looking towards Gunnar. Yes, Gunnar?
I'm sure you remember this, but I just wanted to make a polite reminder that I can see invisible creatures and objects that are within the ethereal plane.
Good to know. Thank you very much. Thanks for the reminder. And you, Thorum, Dravago, and Rook, notice the same thing, these crowd of people in front of you. You also look backwards, because some of them aren't looking at Gunnar. They glanced at him, but then you look up to follow some of their gazes, and there are some Kalashkar in this crowd as well as elves, and it's those races who are looking at the temple. And as you look around, you see that the building that's made up of this shard of crystal that's jutting in the air, once a white and bright and inviting and of peace, is darkened. And you can see that there is one large crack in this crystal building on the outside that's diagonally shaped, thin but visible.
How long is the crack?
It goes
Say
from
crack.
one side. It's probably about, to do with the building, maybe 25 feet long. And you, Dravago, you are the only one that notices that there's only one being that is not looking towards Gunnar, nor the building, but looking directly at you. A small goblin with a monocle, just focusing on you with a slight grin on his greenish blue face through the crowd.
Is this someone that I recognize?
I haven't come across him before, no. You can see these large, lopsided ears, a crooked neck, a little bulge of what looks to be a piece of metal on its neck that almost goes to his cheek instead of skin. You can see one of his hands is entirely metal and is folded within his other arm. What's everyone doing?
How far away is this goblin?
35 feet away?
I'll just, if he's staring directly at me, I'll just give him a nod, like tilt of the head, like see how he reacts.
He starts to push his way past people in front of him, and you notice that he's wearing what looks to be a very, very neat suit. One of dark purple and dark red pants and these lovely slippers, as though he's aristocratic. And he has these earrings of silver on his loops on his ears, bottom and top. And he starts to move towards you with this enormous nose that's hooked, making up the main feature of his face. And as he comes towards you, are you doing anything? He's closing in, just walking casually.
Just casually?
Yep.
No. What's his facial expressions like?
Just a smirk, that same smirk, one of knowing.
I'll just call out to him over the crowd. You, sir, seem to have an interest, maybe a bit of assistance.
Yeah, you can. And he goes up the 2 steps to the landing that makes up this front of the Temple of Ilianar. And the rest of you are around, so you can hear what he's saying. He's not trying to hide it. He speaks normally as he says to you directly, Dravago. Well. Can it really be? I had no idea. You call yourself the Forged. Is that right?
That I do, sir. You seem to know of me.
I might.
And I find myself at a disadvantage. I don't believe I've met or been told of you.
No, you may not have. I only know of your kind. I am Ak. It's a pleasure. And may I say you are as fine specimen as I've ever seen.
Woo!
I don't know, I'm getting kind of like vibes from this accent.
When he says specimen, does he seem like he's admiring him like some kind of equipment, or
as he says that, he is sort of looking up and down and trying to focus in on certain facets of Dravago, but from your vantage point, it's hard to tell what. But Dravago, he comes closer to you, and he seems to almost put his gnarly, clean, but gnarly green fingers almost touching your skin. Oh, that's beautiful. How were you made?
I appreciate the forward compliment there, sir, but I was made by one very skilled. What's
I've only seen these materials back in Sigil.
Planewalker, are we?
I'm just a friendly merchant. But yeah, I've been there. It's a lovely place. A bit twisted, but otherwise lucrative. May I say, that which built you, sir, was skilled indeed. Go on.
I agree with you. She is somewhat of a merchant of Sigil herself.
And who might this be?
Can I roll insight on this guy to see if he has any like shady undertones?
Sure, go for it. As you do, who might this be that made you, sir?
The gnome artificer, Vi.
Oh,
She has a reputable business working many adventurers from different planes.
I've heard of such an inventor. Finely skilled, greatest reputation. And I see, and he sort of runs his hand almost like along your leg, but doesn't touch you still.
Bow chicka wow wow.
Synthetic skin, acid washed, to prevent the rust. I see live wood. I see living metal, glass, steel. Oh, such rare components. You just can't find that sort of quality here. But I'm very rude. I'm a bit of a tinkerer myself, you see. And he sort of points to his neck where this metal piece overlays skin. I am a servant of House Cannith. And my own offshoot, as it were. But I travel here and there just to admire. Sometimes sell, sometimes trade. Tell me, have you seen Merrick's?
I haven't had the chance to seek him out yet.
Well,
Time might not allow on this visit to Sharn. Or are you talking of junior or senior?
Junior.
I've heard that he is in this city.
Oh, as have I. I had hoped that perhaps you would have crossed paths, since you are clearly an influence. What'd you roll, Amara?
20.
A 20? Okay, let me...
I did text it to you, so
Ah,
that
thank you.
interrupt your speech. But...
Thank you very much. I'll get you in a second. I had heard that he had been keeping to himself a little bit, away from the crowds, more for his reputation than anything else. I have some information if you are also trying to find him. Perhaps you can see if he's still in the city.
If I get the chance to, I would, but something tells me a merchant with your look, this information might have to come at a barter and not for free.
No, sir. This time, the fee was simply looking at you and seeing what you're made of.
Bow chicka wow wow.
Let me say, a small price to pay. If you do find him, look for me. I'd all very much like to speak to him as well, perhaps strike up a trade. I can give you some information about where he could be.
I'd like to hear this, and also where I may contact you after, should I find Merrick's.
They say he has a laboratory. Lower Tavik's Landing. It's called the Watermelon Lane, is where I heard this last. Bunch of hollowed out warehouses. But maybe there you'll find his seal and perhaps where he works.
And, tell me, what does his seal look like? What does it represent?
Just look for House Cannith's seal. And then you'll find it. And the seal is one of a bull made of metal, with horns sticking out from either end, and those glowing red eyes.
And Is Merrick's only to be found here? I heard that he's one of 3 barons of House Cannon, possibly vying for leadership. It seems odd to me that someone like yourself of House Cannith isn't easily able to contact him.
Jorlana and Zorlan, the other 2 vying for control. I've met with them. I feel that Merrick's is most worthy, but he is in hiding. I've been trying to strike up some sort of location, but it has all led to dead ends. Perhaps he'll talk to you. It seems he just does not want to be found. But maybe with you there, he might change his tune.
And having only heard rumors of Zorlan and, forgive me, Drillanda?
Jorlana.
Drillana. I could see why people would see Merrick's as more worthy ahead of House Cannith, but as someone who's actually met them, what are your opinions?
I have none. As long as I get profit and I'm able to travel here and there, it doesn't worry me in the slightest who takes that place. What I will say is whoever does this, I hope they treat you well. Don't let them take you apart. You're worth more than that.
Well, of course, to me I am.
He has friends now.
He looks
Friends.
towards you, up towards Gunnar, who's floating around, towards Thorum and Rook, and he says, "Keep him safe. He is most likely worth more alive. Worth more than even he knows."
I'm gonna float down and get like quite close and be like, "Did you guys say watermelon?
Watermelon Lane.
Where's the watermelon?
Lower Tavik's Landing.
How much is it?"
I don't understand.
I like watermelon. I want some watermelon.
Oh. And he pulls out from a very small pouch, what looks to be this, on one finger, on a green gnarly finger, a small black seed. And as you watch, he blows on it slightly, and it unfurls and opens into this glowing and growing green fruit. As it expands more and more and becomes larger, he then uses his other hand to support, as before you, in full doubles, triple, quadruple speed, is this watermelon the size of your head, Gunnar, and he hands it towards you, and the glowiness stops. You enjoy that.
How did you do that?
Oh, I have some tricks. Parlor tricks, but tricks nonetheless. If I'm hungry, I do that for myself, for a treat.
Could you grow a whole tree?
If I put my mind to it, maybe, sir. Tell me, how much for that robe?
What? This one?
The one with the eyes.
I didn't buy it.
1,000 gold pieces. Right now. What do you say?
It's worth more than that to me. I'm sorry.
Make it 2. Instant cash.
No.
It was a friend of ours. It's priceless.
Oh, sentimental value. Well, I understand. If it's not for sale, you just need to say the word.
It's not for sale.
Very well. I respect that.
That's more than one word.
You're a funny little person. And Forged, I'd probably start looking for Merrick's as soon as you can, because he is known to pick up and leave his laboratories quickly to avoid notice. Do what you can.
Noted. And, Oxa, where would I find you should I need to contact you later?
Just look for me in the Michele Gardens in the Central Plateau. I frequent there. I like to take a stroll amongst nature. Every now and again.
I've got a side eye on Oxa, is it?
Och.
Ok?
It's Och.
Yeah.
My name is Och Rax. Servant of House Kenneth.
You said worth about Dravago an unsettling amount of times. Is he a commodity to you?
Not,
Those that seek him?
not to me. I would be extremely concerned about taking him apart. Although his materials alone would set the king of himself of Breland aflutter with the worth. No one should be pulling this one apart. No one.
And you would see to that to be true?
I'll make sure of it. What I would say is keep him hidden. There are others who are less respectful of the Forged, especially those that simply see gold in front of their eyes.
I turn now to talk to him face on. You said keep him hidden, but yet you're the only one here. That I'm afraid that might spread this rumor.
I will not tell a soul. I swear.
I don't think we need to worry about him, Rook. I think he's just interested.
Does Warforge have souls?
Who are you asking?
I'm just asking the question.
Young sir, they are fascinating. And yeah, they got souls.
Is,
Alright.
is the crowd still like in front of us?
As they had seen you and started to see that you're interacting normally, you start to see now focus shifting, that they're seeming to be starting to disperse. The immediate interest in the temple now fairly gone. You notice that they are just starting to move away.
Does that go for the Kalashta too?
Yeah, the Kalashta also sticking together but going away as a group.
I want to catch up to them if I can.
Okay. You race up to them and their backs are to you and they don't seem to notice your approach.
I'm just gonna say, excuse me.
A particularly tall one turns around. Tall female. Slightly older. Yes?
This temple, do you come past here often?
Every now and again. Why?
Are you of Ilyana?
Yes. Yes, we are.
I don't know how this happened to this temple, but I do, however, know that Ilyana is still here and she is fighting, and I need you to make sure that you spread that word amongst our people. I need you to make sure that anyone that becomes doubtful of her presence, squash that doubt, because she's still fighting.
She looks back up to the temple. Her fair skin, slight tinge of blue, looking a little concerned, and she says, I hope so.
I know so.
But we will spread the word. It shall be done.
Thank you. And then I'll go back.
Okay.
Has Ock left yet?
Nope.
He was on his way out though.
He was.
Ock, time is pressing at the moment, but hasn't gone unnoticed that you mentioned sigil. I'd like to have a conversation about this when time permits.
Oh. Simply the fact that we are going to meet again excites me. And I look forward to it greatly.
Travago is getting a little just off vibes from this guy too, so every time he says something like that, he's gonna start like, shudder a little.
Okay. No problem. Well, until then, and I look forward to hearing about what Merrick's has to say.
Can I make a perception roll to, as this whole conversation has been going on over the few minutes, just to make an observation of anything that he would be carrying frequently, like the bolt in his neck or
Okay, sure.
You mentioned before, to remember that if
Sure.
I need to.
Go for it.
Do you want me to roll? Or?
Roll a perception. It's fine.
16.
16. The one thing that he seems to have that's separate from him is this monocle, and as you notice it has this thin silver sort of placement for the glass, and this silver chain that then attaches it to around his ear. And you notice that it also has this small pinch of metal around his nose to keep it stable. And you see that on just off the center a little bit, there's a green little emerald. That's the only difference in this monocle. You notice that he does adjust that every now and again, and that would be probably the thing you'd think that he would keep on him. Well, I bid you all a good day. Thank you for this opportunity. And he gives everybody a nod, and like the rest of the crowd, starts to wander away. But as he does, you notice that there's a lightness to his step. He's almost like he's skipping, floating. And as you watch the crowd disperse, we're going to take our 10-minute break. Haha. Thanks. It's a little bit behind, but thank you very much, everybody.
How dare you?
I know.
How dare you provide us with free entertainment?
Silly ass,
So
right?
disrespectful.
Lol. It is 10 minutes from in about 2 seconds. Anyone want to mention anything before we go?
Hey, you're all good people.
You are all good.
Thank you for joining.
We love you.
Shout out to people.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know who you are.
All right, we'll see everybody in 10 minutes. See you soon, guys. Hello again, everybody. We're just waiting for a couple more, and we are good to go. Well, look at this timing.
There he is.
This timing is impeccable.
We're men.
Women tights.
What
Oh,
line?
looking for fights. Women. Women in tights. We rough on the rich and get to the poor. That's right.
Hey.
Sorry.
Please
We
stop.
roam around the
Sorry.
forest looking for fights.
That's
Just got my
fine.
audio working again. Sorry.
Excellent.
Just so you know, when what was Michele saying? He was saying something about the valley, saying something about like looking down at a valley, and I had
Oh
to
my
mute
God.
our mic, and I muted our mic, and I was like, as I walk through the valley of the shadow,
Take a look at my life and I realize there's nothing
we
left.
had like a rap here for like a solid
Beautiful.
10 seconds, and then unmuted and was like,
Wow. Didn't
Did you draw that?
No.
quick, put it away. It's on. We're on live right now.
Secrets.
Yes.
Are we?
It'll be finished.
Yes,
soon.
we are. We're live
It'll be
right now.
revealed.
Oh,
Just so you know who you've been interacting with.
2 90s references in a row. I know. I mean, I'm a 90s baby, so I grew up in the 90s, but definitely definitely 2 good
What
songs.
year were you born, Michele?
87.
I think that was 89.
87.
Wrong, but I'm gonna
Hey, there we go.
What year?
Old hat. 87.
2005.
Right. We're gonna go into it again. So,
Let's play guess the year that we were born.
as we bring it back in to the game, you're watching the crowd leave. Thorum, you have the bag of the remains of the guards of Ado. Maras, having just spoken to the Kalashtar, Dravago, to Ok, and Rook, just making sure that wherever Ok would be, that he would be found. You see in front of you that the buildings, houses, it's a quieter street at the moment, as though people are trying to avoid this area for now with this different, almost concerning change. The sun is high, bright, it beats down a particularly hot day. Gunner, you with your robe look around and you don't sense any invisible creatures or anyone that would be a concern in the ethereal plane. What are the next steps of the 5?
Can I have a look at the crack in the monastery exterior and just try to gauge if it's like potentially dangerous or would worsen, or if this is kind of crack metaphorical in the how the temple's going, and just for like just I guess like a surface blemish.
With the distance you are from it, it's probably about 30 feet high where the crack starts and then goes upward in a diagonal trajectory. You'd need to do an investigation check to really understand its structural integrity.
Yeah, I'd be willing to use the wing boots to fly
That'll
up
do.
to look as well.
Yep, if you do that, I won't impose a disadvantage. So if you use them, just a normal roll for me.
From this angle, it looks like a nat 1.
No, it's a 22 in total.
22.
Whoa.
As you get closer, you notice that the crack itself is visible, only because
Crack again.
only because it's a little bit of a discoloration compared to the rest, and this crack is only about maybe a centimeter wide, and it goes up that 30 feet or so, further, or 25 to 30 feet diagonally, in a rough way. It's not a smooth crack. It's just a naturally occurring, as though the building has worn slightly, but it doesn't seem to have any sort of concern structurally. No.
Knowing that, I'll head back down to the group.
Okay.
I don't think your temple is in danger of falling apart just yet, but when time allows, I'll come back and help with this restoration.
Thank you for checking.
That's mighty kind of you, Drago.
Nature, Rook. This Ock mentioning Merrick's, he's someone who I've been looking to meet, has connections to the mentor of the person who built me. Gunnar, this laboratory that he mentioned may have interest to you. The rumors that I've heard is he's attempting to use psionics in the construction of Warforged, or the Forged. He was raised not by his father, who was the mentor of the person who created me, but more by his grandfather, who does not hold a high reputation, in my opinion, with his reason for creating the Forged and essentially manipulating them into tools of war. I have interest in finding him to see if he has knowledge of the whereabouts of his father, who I'd like to meet, but also it's rumored that this laboratory potentially has a creation forge in it, and being that there's not many around, it may be beneficial for my race, should we need to create more of ourselves. I know time is pressing, so I will not push this matter to be investigated now if we have other things to do, but thought I'd mention it particularly to you, Gunnar, in case this use of psionics in forge creation was of interest to you.
Do I know, is it permitted to create more forged? Or warforged?
Do you know as Gunnar to me? History check.
$16.
To your knowledge, the creation of the Warforged was in Corvette specifically was something that had been shut down by governments and no longer permissible. More specifically because the governments were concerned that people would use these forges to make servants and not a free peoples, now that the Warforged are their own entity. So since probably about either even 10 to 15 years ago, the worldwide decree was set by all nations to stop the creation of them in Corvair.
Okay. I have to go check on something actually. At the library at the university. So maybe we're going tomorrow, isn't that right?
First light.
What time is it now?
Midday.
Maybe you have time?
It's not something I would choose to pursue by myself, given an option. And I know time is pressing, so I'm sure if this man can be found once, he can be found again.
I don't think you have to go alone, though.
That's why it's the Lord of Blades is also a destination I'd like to go to, and it definitely seems more pressing than.
Yeah, but we still have half a day before we leave.
It's fine. And how long will your endeavors at the library take?
I left Frizzereth there, and he said he has something for me to see. He's been doing some research by himself. When I came here to help you, Tamara.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for coming to help me.
Thanks are not necessary. It will happen regardless. Given the peril that we found ourselves in, or some of us, pretty much immediately after separating, I would suggest that we don't separate again and choose one of these endeavors to be done, but stick together.
I agree.
I don't know if I necessarily, and I don't know, after everything today, I just don't really feel like doing much else. I know we shouldn't all separate, but at the same time, I wouldn't mind just going to wind down somewhere.
I'm sure Orlux's Tavern in the Cogs is still available for us to use.
I have the Blink Dog emblem. But also, Gunnar, I know you have more work to do, so we should maybe try and at least not go in 3 separate directions, maybe just 2 this time.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm okay if you want. I can just go on my own.
I would accompany you just to. I'd rather be safe than sorry, if you permit.
I don't mind.
And for those who are more familiar with the city, this Cogs Inn that you mentioned, would it be nearby the Lower Memphis district?
To understand, the Lower Memphis district is maybe slightly above.
That's correct.
Impressed.
If it would be,
Definitely be on the way.
if it would be possible to potentially stop for some supplies before retiring to the inn, I would not mind checking out this Emerald Claw black market for some materials.
And Thorum, what have you? You have some friends to lay rest to.
I have called my temple and asked them to come and meet me here. I'm sure there will only be a moment, and after that, aside from gathering some supplies for our journey, I have no other business in the city.
I can wait with you, Thorum.
Thank you. It might be worth thinking about how we are going to travel to the north. Are we going to ride?
I believe Ragav was going to teleport us to the closest location, if my memory serves me right. And out of character question, is that correct?
That's right, he was going to send you to a very small town at the edge of the Demon Waste.
Yolag.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
you,
YILAG.
Also,
The shock of our discovery here, I had forgotten. Thank you, Rook.
How is Regev going to send us there again?
via teleportation.
Did he need a circle?
He did not make this information privy to me.
Because I'm thinking maybe we could make a brief stop on the way there. Hang on, I think I have. You know, this wand that I got from Frito lets me travel through trees into a different location, which is how I got here. And I think I know where the army of Onder is. Maybe we could set them free.
Out of character question, do we already know where the army order is from King Boronel? We seem to have had an understanding where they were.
He didn't tell you specifically as to what location they were when they stopped. To your best knowledge, even with your best knowledge, it's hard to tell simply because he didn't mention where they stopped. So, yeah, no, you're not sure as to where the army is at the moment.
If we could all come along on this journey to unfreeze this army, I think it potentially would be beneficial. If we are to face an army ourselves, potentially.
And how are we going to be unfreezing this army exactly?
Well,
I could use the same. Go ahead. Sorry.
well, I just thought I could give it a try.
I could use the same magic that I use in the temple, but Oberdin has always been more powerful than any of us. And I can only dispel his magic if I can summon a power greater than it.
I'm beginning to think that maybe his power is my power.
What do you mean?
Well, before when I was meditating, I got the feeling that he was with me, alongside me, in my mind, on more of a deeper level than I thought possible. When I read my own thoughts, I read his as well.
Is this the topic of your research at the library?
Well, actually, no. I only just learned this, so I mean, I don't. Maybe I should do that.
What does he think about Gunnar? Can you give us any insight into his mind?
It was weird. It was like he was concerned.
For himself?
I don't know. The concern that I felt, Michele, was it like fear, or was it like how a parent feels about their child, or what did that feel like?
Yeah, concern for himself, concern for you. Not. There was a particular instant where you felt just as though you yourself were in a moment of panic, but then that subsided quickly. Like a parent, but even deeper, even more personal.
I think I'm more tied to him than I understand.
Can he hear us now? Is he aware of this conversation?
I don't know.
Earlier, in the manner I gifted you a ring, and you said that you had the ability to block him out, to keep him from your mind if you so wished. Are you still so confident?
No, I don't think this ring will work.
But I mean,
it's not like
are
he's
you-
entering my mind. It's like he exists in my mind.
So almost like you're one and the same.
Maybe.
I encourage you to do what you can to protect your mind.
Do you think this is like a me and Sonari situation, or do you think this is something different?
To be honest, I don't really understand your connection with her, but I don't know. It's like we're the same person.
Yeah, so similar connection.
I guess.
It's like talking to yourself.
But not. We don't have the same thoughts.
Yeah.
It's like our thoughts exist within the same shell.
And then what of Char then?
I mean, I am Char.
Just like you're perhaps Oberdin?
No. Char is who I really am. I just feel more comfortable with Gunnar.
You speak of Char as another, though. Like he was an existence or an extension of yourself. Or a totally autonomous person.
To an extent, we are different. From what I can remember, I've separated parts of myself to protect myself from pain.
Is this not just something else that's going to happen with the other?
Well, I don't remember Oberdin ever being part of me. He was the one who captured me and did this to me.
Gunnar writes everything down in a book, Brooke. Maybe one day he'll let you read it.
Perhaps it's important that Gunnar reads it and remembers and reminds himself.
I do that every day.
And yet you still don't have answers.
No.
Are you aware of what this pain is that you protect yourself from? Do you know what it is? Do you remember what the cause of this is?
I know, but I don't remember. It's not. I don't remember it as if I lived it. I know it because I wrote it all down. So I was taken by Oberdin from my school when I was a lot younger. Char. As a Char. And my family, they were very poor, and and I was selected to go to this school where gifted students were tutored, and I had a teacher there who, well, you met her when we were in the, well, you didn't, and I'll look at your character. But anyway, I think she's gone now, or at least not really herself anymore. This is the part where it gets confusing for me because I don't remember any of this. I just read what I've got in this book, and I wrote down also that Oberdin gave me this book actually. No, that's right. He gave it back to me because it was a book that I used in school, and he took me from my school, and he kept me hidden away for a very long time, and that's where I met Gunnar. He took Gunnar as well, but he didn't make it. I don't really want to talk about it anymore, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Hmm.
I'd suggest, from everything I've seen with the people of Corvair, that not addressing the pain and running from it will only exacerbate it over time. So if you do find yourself with the opportunity to face it, know that I'll be there to help you if I can.
Yeah, I mean, I ran from it for a very long time. And nothing changed. So maybe it is time to fix it.
Should it arise, I'm sure we'll all be there to help. But for now, many fires seem to be burning that need attention. If Thorum, you mentioned about seeking supplies, I believe Rook persuaded Leonai to hand over some of his more valued goods for your use. We also still have this chest that the king gave if you need access to that to purchase some more goods. I'm not sure what's in the chest, but there might be things we can make use of out of it.
I'm glad
I
you
look
got
up.
and I approach Thorum, our friend at the forge, and I reach into my backpack and pull out a piece of chainmail and present it to Thorum. And
I'm stunned. I'm
and
gonna
also
let the
loosen off a mace off my belt and hand it to him as well.
I am so stunned.
As he loosens that mace, I'm just going to edge a bit away from it, honestly.
And
I'm gonna. Sorry.
No, you go.
Oh, nothing. I'm just gonna take the chainmail and let the links run through my hand. And look up and genuine thanks. Thank you, Rook. This must have cost you a fortune. How much was this?
Thank King Boreal.
Brilliant. It's even better knowing that it came from his pocket.
The onesie chainmail piece, all one piece that you step into from the back, is a replacement for your own Thorum, and using it will add a +1 armor class to your current situation. It is heavy. It's as plate mail is, but it has these thick links of metal chain, seemingly fixed over and over again by different colors of metal as well. Some newer, some older, as though people have been in it and out, but still looking very robust.
I'm going to point toward this. This is good armor. Whoever wore this armor lived long enough to fix it so many times. That's a sign of good armor.
I slot in there. May this keep you from being displayed in some dusty temple somewhere. Some grave robber to not steal it from you.
As you
That
watch,
is,
And I kind of taking a dig at him about a previous episode.
yeah,
A grin.
Satirical.
Yeah.
I like it.
as you watch,
I look to him and go,
yeah, go on.
I say, amongst my people, it is believed that in a time of great need, the dead that we store and display will come to defend us. So perhaps one day I will wear it into battle as a skeleton out of an old dusty temple. I'm going to put it on. But thank you, my friend. What does that mace look like that he gave me as well?
So the mace itself is, as you put on the armor and expect the mace, it is a simple wooden handle, but the head of it has 4 distinct juts that are almost crescent, a flat crescent on each side, making up 4 sides to this ball that's in the center. And on the very edge of each of these sides, you see an extremely thin blade, what looks to be a blade, and each one glows like a deep gray, slightly.
I'm going to hang it from the same loop as Daravalue and have them hang next to each other in that way.
Okay. As you do this, from the corner of your eye, and you will notice there's a line of about 6 dragonborn that come around the corner of the far side of this street, where there are passing people that stop and look on. A procession of sorts, as you watch red, green, gold dragonborn scaled with armaments and robes of Ado move swiftly in your direction. And as they approach the front dragonborn looks to you directly, Thorum, bows his head slightly and says, "We have been summoned, called to this place. You are Thorum."
I'm here. Pull out the bag of holding.
You have
been called.
the remains of those who have fallen.
I have what is left of them. And I'm going to pull out the robes that contain their ashes and hand them over reverently. And once I've done that, I'm going to return the bag of holding to Gunnar.
Okay, Gunnar, just be aware you have the bag of holding again. The other 5 remain silent as they simply look around, focused, wary of their surroundings, watching for something. The front one says, with this large face, chiseled chin, gold scales, "How did they fall?"
They were burned away by creatures of the dreaming dark, captured unawares, deceived.
He glances up at the temple, looks back at you. "They fell bravely then. They will be honored, their families known. Their sacrifice not in vain. Thank you for retrieving them."
I incline my head and nod. Before you go, an acolyte of our order, a new member, a woman named Osei. I have dispatched her to the temple. Has she arrived?
A slow shake of the head. We will look and seek for her, but she has not made her presence known to us yet.
I look very uncomfortable during this conversation.
Okay.
Say,
Shall we communicate to you when she has arrived?
yes, inform me of her arrival.
Immediately.
Could everyone please check their posture?
Thank you very much.
To be fair, we'll be much better than what we are now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Keel 223.
Much appreciated.
When she arrives, inform me, but she is to be educated in our ways, in our order. Whether or not she makes any progress or is adept, it is irrelevant.
We accept all, and she will be taught well. Thank you for bringing her to us.
She is not to contact me directly. It is important that she is distanced from us to have some focus on her study. But
Will be done.
in her care, she has a silver coin. When she can use it correctly, send her to find us. She'll know what that means.
He inclines his head. Very well. Is that all, Thorum of Ado?
That is all, my brother.
He acknowledges you all with a slight nod. May Ado guide you all and be true. And with that, the six turn and in a line similar, simply silently move away from the area. Their scales reflecting the bright sunlight onto windows and making a cascade of beautiful color. But for a moment, you feel it at ease. And as they turn the corner away, that feeling subsides.
Could I just try and either perceive on Thorum himself or the acolytes, just to commit to memory any symbols of Ado or
Yeah.
some symbol of
I've got. Yeah, so all of us pretty much are wearing around our necks a gold dragon sigil. So theirs have 3 heads each. Mine has only one, and it's a bit rough, and it looks like someone's cut the other 2 heads off. But yeah, so theirs are like 3 gold dragons poking out in 2 directions and 1 forward, 3 dragon heads, and then mine's just the one with markings that have been cut off. And tats. We all have draconic tats.
Thank you.
But you said draconic cats. I was like, that's fucking cool.
That would be cool.
I have a draconic cat.
It's just cute.
Yeah, that's what keeps us pretty much.
Fair enough. All right. So as they leave, what is your next trek?
Thorum, if you want to get supplies, I'm happy to come with you on the way to maybe the tavern.
Yes.
While you're getting supplies, maybe I'll just go ahead and make sure that there's rooms for us. But if we want to do that, and if you guys want to go to the library, or if someone wants to come with us, and maybe those are the 2 directions that we go. One way with Gunnar and one way to the tavern.
Making my way down to Orlux's tavern.
You're going to come with us?
I wouldn't mind investigating and making a stop along the way.
Okay, well, if you guys want to make the stop, then I can continue on and make sure that
I think
there's
we may
rooms
need
for
to
us.
return back to the castle for the equipment. You want to see the enchantress as well?
I believe you had the arrows being worked on.
I can pick them up tomorrow.
I'd prefer to get to the Lower Memphis district over the Enchantress, but I'd rather accompany Gunner at this point to not leave him alone should something else occur.
Understood.
If you'd permit, plus it sounds like Livereth is still there and we should get him before we leave.
So who's going where?
So Rook and Thorum will go down to the cogs.
Yeah.
To the Cog and Fresh?
The cogs as well, the cog and fresh.
That's where Olex's tavern is.
Oh, sorry, out of character. You're coming there as well.
I just made the suggestion
Okay,
too,
yes.
so yes, I will
So
do
you
that.
three are, and then Travago and Gunner, you two are going towards Livereth and the Mulgrave University again.
Before you leave, Thorum, you might need the King's Gold if you're purchasing goods. And I'll just hand you over the bag of holding that I normally have on me with the chest in it.
Thank you. I'll take very good care of this.
How
How much was in that chest again?
3,000?
Kind of, yeah. Just out of curiosity.
I believe it was 3,500.
No,
There was some gold.
It was actually 12,000 gold pieces.
3,999.
actually 20 Bitcoin.
I think you were the only one who.
There was some diamonds in there, right, as well?
Yeah, I believe some diamonds and rubies, but only you know that because you're the only one who's looked at it.
Far out, Jordan. Bloody photographic memory over there.
Yeah, thank you, Jordan. I'm going to turn to Gunner as well. Gunner, is there anything you'd like me to pick you up for this journey? Are you low on anything?
I don't really use a lot. But maybe some stuff for Kips.
Is there any components you need?
Bugs?
No.
I'm going to talk directly to Kips. Kips, what do you need?
Perhaps some more beetles. I am fresh out, and they have been quite the morsel for my stomach. However, I also like live chickens, and I've had a tasting for lizards as well. They're not really my kind. Perhaps butterflies as well. They have been quite tasty in some regard when I've been hunting at night while Gunner has been asleep. But do not tell the inns that I may have been taking some of their chickens. That is, for all intents and purposes, stealing, and I do not want to be portrayed or found guilty of that, and then Gunner get in trouble. So any of those would suffice. Do not make yourself spend too much, however. I hope that you can just gather them for free.
Kips, I think by now you more than earned your share of our coin. I will make sure that I find something sufficient for journey to keep you satiated.
Thank you.
Also, you should not fear so much the stealing of chickens. We take no issue with that. Steal as many chickens as you want along the way.
They're quite tasty. They are quite tasty. Thank you. I appreciate it, Thorum. Okay.
That's it.
If you happen to come by any cheap jewels on your travels, I've been looking specifically for a ruby for some tinkerings, and perhaps some diamonds for components. It's what I was originally heading for, the Emerald Core market. That and a couple of other raw materials, but if you see anything cheap, keep that in mind, please.
And so, you go your separate ways. Gunner and
Always a good idea to split the party.
Gunner and Travago, you two start to journey together, and going exactly the route which took you to the Temple of Ilianar. Obviously, a much more quick route for you, Gunnar, through the tree. But, Travago, you leading the way, you go out of the district in North Edge, where the Temple of Ilianar sits, and you make your way down into Central, where around corners and looking up you see familiar now looking towers in the Cloud District high above that simply sits on a bed of clouds, a familiar sight to you, Gunnar, where some battles had been taking place, some people visited. You walk and you get a sense that the entire city is somewhat quieter, as though there's some sort of siesta happening, where there's a pause in the day-to-day for rest, until early afternoon as shops would open up again. Families are the main attraction when you're looking from left to right and seeing other people. Children playing in the street, kicking a ball, or performing some very minor cantrips amongst themselves, hide and seek. And as you walk over bridges and down the platform of clear glass, you make your way back to the Mulgrave University, and knowing now the way that you, or the location of Livereth, without needing to stop, you turn to the right, and Gunnar, now you leading, you spend about 20 minutes walking quickly, and you get to a familiar hallway, dark, and then along the hallway to the left, the site of this side of the library. And as you get close, you hear Livereth's voice in your head. "Ah, you have returned."
Yes. What have you got for us?
Well, you said you wanted to talk, to speak to the Warforged strategies.
Yeah. Where are you?
And you notice with the robe of eyes that Livereth is almost paw over paw, leaning over one of the very tops of the bookshelves, and in one of its paws and arms it seems to have an open book, invisible still, but you notice that it seems to be glazing over some words. Can't really make out the title of this book though, but in your mind it speaks. In your mind too, Travago. It says, "I became distracted after a while, but from what I can read with the Warforged, the Lord of Blades is in some of these books, and his misdeeds have already been known in some circles. The way he leads, the way he moves his servants, his other Warforged, is not like your normal strategic armies. He gives them gifts similar to what we've seen Travago have. Some fly, some turn invisible, some sneak. Some are made of different metals, enhancements by him. It is as though, and I'm fearful, that somehow he may have found in Creation Forge. A forge where he may be able to enhance and change his servants. Perhaps in the Mornland, perhaps not. I'm not sure. I would imagine it is somewhere in the Mornland. That's where these stories originate. But as to where, these stories and telltales do not speak of them. But the strategy that he has is unorthodox, different to a normal standing army. Just be aware of this.
Vargo,
Yes.
you said there was a forge in Sharn.
Rumors have told me that. No concrete proof, but the grandson of the original Merrick's, the patriarch of House Cannith, when the calamity happened, he is rumored to have a forge, which potentially would be in this laboratory that Hawk mentioned. I've heard he attempting to use psionics in Warforged creation, but I've never met such a forged being before. But hearing this, it does seem like a similar mechanism imbuing the forged body with more attributes than normally would be seen.
Were you here when the giant Warforged attacked Sharn?
This is the first time I've been to the city, but I did read of that event in papers.
What do they say about us?
You're not there, mate.
You know, I was like, "What? What did you?" Is the forge necessary to create the entire? To create all of you, or is it just where you're assembled and brought to life?
Well, I was created in Sigil using a creation forge that my mother Vi made herself. She told me stories of working with this Merrick's Jr. that potentially has this forge here in Sharn. His father, Aaron DeCanneth. His father, the original Merrick's, was said to create the body of the forged, but it was Aaron who was able to imbue them with sentience. I guess essentially what could be considered a soul. I don't know the mechanisms that he did this, but obviously Vi was aware of this being able to create me. So it's one of the reasons why I wanted to meet this Merrick's Jr. To see if he takes after more of his grandfather or Aaron DeCanneth, who I would like to meet because he has connections to my mother and one of the few things that goes back to my life in Sigil.
Livereth, do you know the answer to this question?
The book still is sort of open, and Livereth sort of looks up and blinks. I'm sorry, what is it that you want to know, Travago?
It was actually my question. So I wanted to understand if the creation forge is necessary for the entire process, or if it's just the last step in creating life in the Warforged bodies.
Every piece, it seems, needs to be done there.
Okay. From what I remember, I overheard some people discussing the attack that was the giant Warforged, and it sounded like they were trying to smuggle it into the city. So maybe this forge is safe for now. My worry was that somehow the Lord of Blades had taken this forge to create that giant warforged inside the city.
Well, that would seem to me that perhaps there's more than one creation forge as well.
Of course, I just was kind of hoping that this one would be free from the taint of him.
Unknown.
I think, Travago, maybe we should pay this place a visit now. What do you think?
If you feel confident with just us, otherwise we would have to get the rest of the party before heading there. I have no knowledge of the motivations of this Merrick's or how many people he has with him. We could check it out. It's just if you're confident, the two of us would suffice in this activity.
I mean, I guess it's probably a better idea to wait. I'm just worried that the longer we wait, the less chance, the worse things could get.
That's
Well, let me just quick.
with many things the party needs to address. That's a lot of fires burning at the same time. I think we are better off making a decision and focusing on one. I don't know if these distractions may be, like Amara mentioned, works of this Frazzard Blue, keeping us from our goals.
Yes, I'm gonna message them right now. I'm gonna let them know once they've done. We will meet there. I'll send a message to Amara. I think we really need to visit this forge before we leave Sharn. It seems important to the Lord of Blades. When you're done, ask Thorum to message me and we'll meet up.
So I'm just like walking along and I hear this in my head.
Yes, you do.
I go, ah! Thanks. I'll pass the message on. That was really weird. Don't do it again. Actually, do it, but only if you need to. Stay safe. Thanks. Bye. How do I end this thing?
That's what you mean?
No, that's just the end of the message.
Roger.
I just got a reply from Amara. She understands. Weirdly, for someone who talks telepathically, she really didn't find that easy to do. Well, I guess while we're waiting, we could probably do some more research if you're up for it.
I might leave that to you and the dragon. I need to spend time on continuing replacing Meow Meow. I'll name him better at your suggestion.
Okay.
I'll try to be quiet and not disturb you, and I'll Oh, actually, I can't because it's in the bag of holding that I no longer have.
I've got it.
No, that I gave to him. And I'll reach to get him out and then realize that. And then go, perhaps maybe I should hit the books. And, I'll start trying to research Lord of Blades and maybe the kind of family Merrickses, both Merrickses.
I will focus on specifically, I'll look into psionic talent in Sire prior to the calamity of the morning, and also post calamity examples of where it may have popped up in society, if there are any examples of people noting places of psionic, learning or just general occurrences of it. And I'll ask Livereth to continue with his research on the Warforged army.
Okay. So I need you to make investigation checks and just keep those numbers on hand. That's Travago and Gunnar. What'd you get?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I got 15.
Okay. Travago?
26.
26. Okay.
I'm going terribly tonight.
So
Welcome to my life.
So with that, the reading and the taking down of books probably takes you about an hour, Gunner, to get some information on Psionics and Eberron prior and post Calamity. And you only get about 2 books that give you some sort of valid information, whereas Travago, you find of House Cannith about 10 of them. 10 full-bound books of plenty of information, plus a couple of recounts of sightings and personal stories of interactions with the Lord of Blades. So just remember that. Thorum, Rook, Amara, where are you heading?
We're going cog-bound.
And as you're familiar with, the same route is taken. The towers of stone, wood, and crystal appear all around you.
Take a sip.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you, Helmcraft.
Michele, if you want, you can take a whole shot.
I'm good.
See those little Frangelicos in the background there?
How do I know?
I knew you got hiding behind that.
Also, check your posture, please.
Posture's checked. Thank you very much.
Posture not checked.
As you make your way down into Lower Jura, and then further
Would you consider
down.
this like downtown?
No. And you continue going down a set of stairs, the manual staircase.
Undertown.
As many.
Michele, check the chat.
Yeah, I know.
Relative.
I'm choosing
can you resolve that now, please?
how many hydrates? 5 hydrates.
5 hydrates for Michele to take a shot. Do it. I'll down this one in solidarity if you redeem.
Group chat, throw it in there.
Oh, Jordan!
Jordan's done 2. We need 3 more randoms.
So, in the meantime,
one more.
in the meantime, was that too little? Okay. Our blast powder did it too, and says, okay, great.
Okay, Michele, you and I, we can do this together.
Fantastic.
I'll down this one, you take a shot.
Excellent.
All right, you down the line. I'm not doing that.
I reckon I can drink this faster than Michele can drink a shot. So,
Cheers.
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 He's already done.
He went before. He called it.
We got the lag on this side.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Very tasty. So you make your way down the stairs, the stone stairs that you're familiar with, without the railing on the right-hand side, as you go from Lower Jura to the cogs. And immediately, the heat of the sun and the connection between that and those lava pools in which greet you, that give off this extra boost of smoke and heat, just almost is overbearing. As you continue your way in, already you start sweating. and you get to the very bottom where the cavern above you, about 100 steps below the ground, just looks very familiar and unfamiliar as you see it's now blackened, whereas before your previous journey it was all simply rock. And as you walk through, you see the familiar sights of an enormous amount of blacksmiths, and you hear the sounds of metal on metal and smoke and steam as hot metal goes into water and polishing. You hear the scraping of rock on swords as well, and you hear the sounds of taverns and homes being opened up. This is probably much more lively than above in the lower district at the moment. And as you continue your way, you're all familiar with the Cog and Fresh, and you see it before you. This time it looks like it's ever so slightly improved in its facade on the outside. You see that the wood has been painted, and the stone that makes up this tavern, it's been painted a light pink and a light blue. It almost looks off in its inviting nature. It almost looks like it's contrasting and the opposite of what it's intending to do, as you see beyond the open windows that it is full. It is completely full, and above, where it normally says the Cog and Fresh, as you remember it, instead a new sign of a tavern appears, and it says the Fives Rest.
Nice.
Sorry, I need to write this down.
I gestured the sign. Surely we don't have to pay for drinks here.
Well, I have Barclay's Blink Dog emblem, so
I'm also
no.
uncertain, but I believe Orlux's brother may be running this tavern now.
The man's a marketing genius.
Maybe has slightly more flair and less genies.
Okay.
Go on, Mara.
I know that you two were wanting to go and find equipment. Going to be honest, that sounds like a nightmare to me. So I am probably going to go inside, and I'm probably going to indulge a lot more than I usually would. So if you want, you can meet me back here. I know how to hide when it gets dark, if I have to.
I'm going to turn to Rook and say, is there anything particularly special that you need to purchase? All I can think of in terms of supplies is rope, food, things of that nature. Oh, and I actually asked Amara and Rook, what was it that Javago said he wanted us to get? Can I roll a history check on an hour ago to see who?
Excuse me, I feel like he said that to you, not me.
Yes, and I have forgotten.
Also, I had to deal with Gunnar speaking in my head, so that's kind of been on my mind recently.
Travago, you can tell Thorum what you wanted.
Booming in your head, the echoing memory of if you come across a cheap ruby for some tinkerings, or perhaps some diamonds for components, I would not be opposed to the purchase of them.
Brilliant. All right, I'm just going to pull the diamonds and rubies out of that chest and separate them. What I will do is I'll keep 300 worth of diamond on myself, and the rest I'll put into a little pouch.
I'm not quite sure pulling the rubies out in the middle of this street is the best idea. Perhaps Save some time.
Rook, as you are noticing that Thorm is doing this, and it makes you more aware of your surroundings. Make a perception check.
Ooh, 18. 19.
As you
Is
look
your
to
perception +1?
+1.
as you look to the left and the right, just to in a moment of panic, you notice that taking as these rubies and these diamonds have been taken out, there seems to be a small group of a mixture of half-orcs, dwarves, and humans that were sort of walking away from you. Sorry, away from the tavern, but have now stopped and turned and sort of are whispering something to each other.
I'm gonna sharpen my fists.
As I'm saying that, I guess make a gesture towards Thorum and point in the direction of the situation happening. And why it's not a good idea for him to be doing this.
One of the humans notices this and starts to walk over. You can see that there's a dirtiness to his face, as though he's just been headlong in the sand. But you notice that his hands and his forearms in particular are muscly, and you can see. Thank you very much, Exclamity. You can see that he's got this. One side of his cheek that's all scar, as though he's been burnt on that side at some point, a bit of a droopy eye, and with this ponytail of brown messy hair. He walks right up towards you, Thorum, and he says, "Hi, how you doing?"
Do I notice this happening also?
Yeah, you're all there, you're all
Can
with
I
him.
just like straight up just like grab this guy?
Make a
and just be like-
make a grapple check.
As she's doing this sounds familiar to a character that made a similar approach to me when I took the crown out. In front of a bunch of people, similarly to what Thorum was doing.
I believe that guy was quite drunk.
Is it the
was
same
quite
guy?
drunk. It was not the same guy. This guy's a lot thinner, a lot skinnier.
That was a 13.
13. As you go and grab him, he grabs your hand and just flings it away with a bit of strength behind it. And
Excuse me.
Excuse me, young lady, but no one touches me. I may just ask.
I'm gonna look at Rook and I'm gonna look at Thorum, and I was like, I'm just gonna say, did he just call me young lady?
I just need one of those rubies that you have on you, just to make my day, Dragonborn. What do you say? Just help out our group of degenerates.
I'm gonna look up at the sign and say, "Do you know what this pub's called?"
He looks up and he says, "The Fives Rest."
And do you know who it's named after?
He sort of looks down and looks at you all. And he sort of puts his fingers to his nose. I see you can't count very well, Dragonborn, but all I see before me are 3. But that's okay.Maybe you won't notice that when you give me one of your rubies. Maybe you'll notice
with my staff.
Okay.
Straight up.
Make an attack roll.
Oh, that is very good. Could you also please make a Constitution saving throw, please? That's a 16 plus 9, by the way.
And what's your DC for your saving?
15.
Okay. And what does that do? Stuns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Smack! He's just come out of nowhere with a staff, and it's.
I just want to like sweep his legs out underneath him, and just be like, "Fuck you!"
And how much damage does that do?
Oh no.
How much 5 HP?
Well, based on my roll, it does a total of 6 damage.
6 damage, okay. As you sweep the leg from under him, he goes, "Whoa," and he falls backward, and his head, the back of his head, hits a particularly sharp rock, and you watch as blood starts to pour from the back of his head.
Heal him, quick!
And he just starts yelling, and he just puts his hand at the back and looks at it and looks up at you and says, "You're crazy! You're all crazy!" And he sort of backs away.
I'm gonna grab him by the scruff of his neck. And I'm just gonna be like, "We can count. It's just that there's only 3 of us. Imagine if the whole 5 was here."
Make an intimidation check.
Roll high. With advantage, sure.
No, that is not intimidating after cracking this guy's head open. 6.
A 6, okay. He just looks towards you and Rook and Thorum. He goes, okay. You can count. I get it. And he tries to push your hand away and just back away on the ground. He's sort of crawling on his back, and he sort of looks behind him and just yells towards the other group that he's with. "Oh, wait, let's go. And they all start to hurriedly help him with his wound and move off out of sight.
An idiot.
The boys and be like, "Well, let's go."
There's a reason why there's idiots in this lower level. Yeah. But there's still a lot of them. Should be careful of what we're doing down here.
Yes, you're right. That was ill-advised. Thank you, Amara.
You're welcome. Let's go and check this place out, because it's not the Cog Fresh anymore. It's yeah.
Do I remember Orlux's brother's name? Am I right in remembering that? What I said before?
Now you make a history check.
I also have a DM question.
Please.
Did any of us discern the wonderful crush that Orlux had on Rook?
Yes.
Did we all understand it, well, or...?
Not fully. You don't really understand the extent of it, no.
But it was kind of like we could pick up the signals, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, fan-fucking-tastic. Thank you.
That was a 19 on the history check. I know my Orlux's family.
It's your future in-laws.
You didn't even talk about them, and you know of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. That's 2 seconds.
Did you write down pounds? Okay.
It's been 12 seconds.
Arga was the brother's name.
Pronunciation?
Arga.
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 And are you doing anything else, or are you walking in?
Yeah, I imagine we're going in.
So as you walk in, you see that the inn is very much in full flight. It's just after lunchtime. There's plenty of patrons that are eating what looks to be fish, and plenty of it. Seafood abound. Crabs on platters, massive and meaty in their presence. You can smell a pot full of stew. CSS. A pot full of stew and vegetables. You've got fruits all over. It's a very generous offering for lunch, but the place is packed, and you can see everyone has some sort of drink beside them, and you see a huge gathering of people around this long table towards the other end of the inn, and they're all quiet except for one person, a gnome, talking to them and giving them a display of a tale of some kind, but you can't really make out what it is over the sounds of the patrons having a meal and chatting and laughing in front of them, more towards you.
I'm gonna look at the two boys and go, well, first round's on me then, I guess. I've punched a wall. I've punched a human being with my staff. I think I deserve a drink.
If only Barclays was here to see us.
If only Barclays was here to see us.
He'd be happy to see you indulging in a beverage.
Don't count on this being a regular thing, Rook.
Well, then, perhaps a bit of a celebration before we head off. Could be the last for a while.
I inevitably see my death in the future, so yes, I will drink. Thank you. Thank you, Rook, for the reminder.
Yes. Let's drink to our deaths.
Straight up to the bar and just
Ask for Nagra.
Agra.
Agra.
What? Nagra?
Agra.
Agra.
As you make your way towards the bar, you catch the eye of the storyteller, and this gnome has a reminiscence of Orlex, but you can see that he's older, wispy white hair, and wrinkles, but a gleaming smile as he looks up, notices you three, and gives you a bit of a wink, but continues on with his story, undisturbed. As you gather your drinks.
How much does it set me back, just so I can...
Oh, we're just pouring ourselves, or...?
No, someone serves you, but they don't seem to charge you anything.
Okay.
This young woman simply pours the drinks and gives you a sort of a gesture to one of the tables.
This is...
Tilt my glass towards her and thank her, and carry them.
Am I with you?
I don't...
If I... Oh, sorry. I'm gonna... Sheldon? Thorum?
What's the gnome talking about?
Is it about the fight?
As you sit down and you try and hear into what the story is this time around. Travago and Gunnar. You are...
Thorum is sad.
After probably about half an hour, read up a fair bit on your topics of study. One particular thing for you, Gunnar, starts to become apparent. That prior to the cataclysm, psionics as a magic was more of a legend, more of a rarity. And there's been said that few members of races such as Kori, Illithids, such as Mind Flayers, had psionic abilities, and those that had conversed with such beings brought back some magic, some learning when it comes to psionics. There have been people that have then studied more and had been able to go back and forth between the astral plane, being able to be telekinetic or walk through solid objects, dominate weaker minds by the force of will. And then after the calamity, after this explosion rocked Corvair, almost unheard of, those with psionic powers disappeared or just stopped making themselves known. Just disappeared. Those people who wrote about themselves having psionic powers stopped writing, as though their journey had ended. No word as to the why they stopped telling tales of their powers, of their exploits. So that's what you gather, Gunnar, from that reading. And with that check. Travago, you read up on House Cannith, and you find out a bit about it. It's predominantly like a human dragon marked house, who are partially responsible for Warforged. The lightning rail as well is a creation of theirs, and they're quite proud of it. And they have plenty of headquarters all around as well. You find out that they also tinker with plenty of different creations, trying to better Corvair as a whole, but also through that trying to make themselves more famous, more prestigious than the other houses. There was quite a long. You read about the history of House Cannith. So they originated in Sire, and that's where they created their own base initially. Over time, they formed alliances with Zalago and House Lyranda, House Orion, which they're now sort of not enemies, but just rivals. But then during the last war, they became arms dealers. And they had more political power than other places, other houses. And House Cannith was ambitious. They created these warforges and sold them. But after the explosion, House Cannith grew smaller, because no one needed their creations anymore because of its peace. House Cannith was benefiting from the war a lot with their creations, but now they are simply determined to restore their power in Corvair. And they're also trying to have better creations than the Warforged, trying to outdo themselves as a house. And then you look up some details about the Lord of Blades. Everything that you gather from them is fairly similar to what you've heard already, what the party has told you. Lord of Blades comes out from the ashes of the last war, bringing together Warforged, not really accepting that the Warforged are supposed to be free now, but they should unite under one banner, not go out on their own, submit to the Lord of Blades to become more than they are. Rumors abound that the Lord of Blades experiments on them, tries to make them more human, so that they gain more intelligence, more power. And then you read of a meeting probably that happened about 2 years prior. And from what you gather, the Lord of Blades has been experimenting. That he had told this traveller, whose name was Torum Gludork. This dwarven traveller.
Sorry, did you say Torum or Thulrum?
Torum, Torrum. Torum.
Just double checking that Thulrum's not evil.
Gludork is the last name, and this traveller from House Lyranda happened to pass by the Lord of Blades' camp and was invited in to see a functioning creation forge. in the Mournland. And you gather from the writings that the Lord of Blades was experimenting to make duplicates of itself under his command. Once that failed, he simply used whatever parts were left from the failures to embed themselves within him, to try and see if that enhanced him. And so far as the writing goes, physically, he continues to do so with parts, with other Warforged, to become larger, physically more imposing, more blades, more metal, more armor. He's never satisfied, says this Torum, never satisfied with being, he always wants to be more protected, more impervious to damage, more invulnerable.
Did you come across anything useful, Gunnar?
Not really. It's actually just added more questions, really, to the puzzle. I was looking to see if there was anywhere I could turn to that wasn't Oberdin for knowledge on psionics, but it looks like after what happened to me, all people who had any kind of psionic talent disappeared or dried up. That can't be a coincidence.
The only psionics I've heard of were the rumors that this Merrick's Jr. has been using it in Warforged creation. I don't know of anything else, but I did come across an account in one of these books from a traveller from House Lyranda entering the Warforged, the Lord of Blades camp. And he recounts seeing an operational creation forge being used in experiments conducted by the Lord of Blades, and it used in adding spare parts from these failed experiments into his own form to strengthen himself. It's said that his thirst for these additional parts is unquenchable. Like he would seek to continuously do this. May come in handy if we choose a more stealthy approach in dealing with him, should that be necessary. But it does seem that he has access to his own creation forge and may not even know about the potential one below Sharn.
I hope not. Should we go, maybe?
If you are done here, I'm quite happy to leave.
Yeah, I'm tired.
What time of day is it?
Still probably early afternoon, about 1:32.
Day drinking.
Should we head to this inn to catch up with the others before it gets dark, or do you have anything to check on the way?
Hang on. Were we supposed to go see Regev's cell?
It's mentioned maybe resupplying with him at some point. Rook also mentioned about returning to the King's blacksmith and potentially the Enchantress. he did commission the blacksmith to create some arrows for him.
Okay. I think we should get a move on then, because if we want to do all of this before we leave, we shouldn't waste any more time.
And in relation to where we are now, are we anywhere near where the blacksmith and the enchantress were?
Being in the Mulgrave University, you just need to go basically up a level. It'll take about half an hour. And that will be where the Citadel is.
Well, perhaps to save
Or
some
we
time,
fly.
I could pick Rook's arrows up for him before we head back to stop doubling back on this location.
Michele, what if we fly?
If you fly, 10 minutes.
To get up there and back, or just to get up there?
Just get up there.
We could fly.
Should only be a quick visit. I don't need anything more from them. We just pick up the arrows and then head to the inn.
Okay, let's do it.
Liverith
and start flying off.
Liverith hovers towards you. Gonna once again, as you are heading towards the door, away from this hall, this portion of the Mulgrave University, you sort of wince slightly, and you open your eyes. And as you look around, I need Travago. Could you make me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Ooh.
As Gunnar, you hear this voice in your head say,
Oh no.
6.
Oh no.
Oh.
psionics is dangerous, Gunnar. Psionics is a form of magic that, if left unchecked, needs to be dealt with, needs to be contained. We must not let anyone discover about psionics or continue their practices anymore. We must be left alone. After the explosion that rocked Corvair, I seeked out those who are still skilled. They will not bother your journey anymore. So too, no longer will those that would be suspicious of you, would be afraid of you for having such power. And thus, they must leave. And within your own senses, Gunnar, you look around and you thought that there were probably about 10 to 12 people in this room only a moment before. But they have gone. And you look around and you simply see yourself alone. Travago, You're now floating. As you look around, you see wisps of air. Nothingness below or above. Alone. As you gonna pushed these people through the material plane, it seemed, using your magic, and simply away. As this surge of power washes over you, Obra Dinn says, "It's the only way, Gunnar, that you will be safe, that you will be trusted. You do not need them. Come back home." That's where we're going to leave it for tonight, guys.
Oof.
Thank you.
Slow clap, slow clap.
Slow clap.
Slow clap because Drago's been here 3 episodes and
He's been
already been
pissed off twice.
Cool. Well, thank you everybody for your enjoyment.
Can I do a closing announcement, please?
Please do.
Just because Saz took the time to shoot this through, I'm just going to shout it out. Jasper's Game Week again. She has announced all of the games in our chat,
Yes.
including those that are not up for auction yet.
Mm.
So if you're looking to play with anyone from Fate's Grip as a whole, you can bid on Michele's game running an unknown thing in an unknown world, and maybe you'll see us there, who knows.
Maybe in another season.
You can also bid on RJ Creswell's game, Half Monster Callan's game on Friday, not Wednesday, Matt Brown's game, and Kendall Drury's game. Those are all games that we are going to be a part of. They are all up on eBay, aside from Sheldon's. Sheldon has the pleasure of being DM'd by Scarlet Moth. Now, if you are familiar with the TTRPG community, Scarlet Moth is a very well-renowned figure. So looking forward to seeing all of these games. Please check it out on eBay. Please check it out on Meeples and Dragons.
Very excited.
It's all charity-based. So this is all for charity. It's being sponsored by D&D Beyond in the US, which is fucking unreal. But yeah.
Beautiful. That's amazing. Thank you very much for the shout out. Thank you everybody for watching again, and we will see
It's
you.
been so good knowing you.
We will see you all next week, hopefully face to face. And have a good week, everybody. Thank you. Have a good night. Ciao.